celebrating the Compliance Week. And I'm sure we all agree that it's not easy to be compliant. Or is it easy? Hello? Is it easy to be compliant? Is it easy to be a patriotic Nigerian? No, it's not easy. It's not easy to follow process, trust me. But as an organization, we take that seriously, and that's why we're here today, to celebrate our efforts. And for that, please let's give ourselves a round of applause. It is not easy to be compliant. If it is easy, please don't clap. If it's easy, don't clap. All right, thank you very much. My name is Cfao Sola, and right here with me, I have my co-anchor, Ifeoluwa Okwe Festus, and we'll be the MCs for today. All right, so please, in case if you hear the sound of our fire alarm system, please do not panic, remain calm. We have very well skilled professionals here that will take care of our emergency response. We use the nearest exit to my right over here, or behind you right there, and then we assemble just close to the exit gates. Trust me, you're safe. No cause for alarm once again. All right, so now to kick off the program, the inaugural Compliance Week 2025. The whole essence of this event is just to bring to our knowledge more insights, innovations, and strategy to balance out with the new compliance landscape. You know, we need to keep staying informed so we can continue to be at top of our game. All right, so to open up this event, we would like to welcome up here a man with steez, a global leader, intentional leader. He's committed. No other person than our Chief Compliance Officer, Mr. Ayokunle Ayoko. Please come up here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here. Let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody to this inaugural Compliance Week. I'm glad to see that we are all part of the historic event, and I'm particularly happy to see that the persons that are tasked with setting the tone from the top are all represented here. I see members of the board. I see executive committee members. I see the members of staff, and I also see some vendors here. And the persons I've mentioned are people that play a critical role in our compliance architecture. And I say it's very important because as we'll get to understand in one small exercise I'm about to do now, they are critical to our compliance process. Usually at times when we go to business leaders and we come up with compliance obligations, we are usually seen as troublemakers. We are usually seen as stifling business. However, at the end of this week, we'll get to realize that compliance is not just a regulatory obligation. Compliance is more of a way to improve our processes and also ensure the sustainability of our business. But before I go on, I want us to all do a very quick exercise. A very quick exercise. Please, can you all just, if you can help me do your hands like this? Yes. And please put it on your chin. All right? On your chin. Okay. Now, if you look across the room, you see that all of you were putting it here on your head. But here is where your chin is. What does that mean? What it basically shows is that if you are a leader, if you are someone in the position of authority or influence, people will listen to what you do than what you say. And that's very critical in compliance. It's not as much of ticking the box, but as much of what we do. I want to welcome you to this historic event. At the end of this week, we'll see compliance in another different dimension. We have a lot of events. We've put together a lot of events, including quizzes, trainings, seminars, and meetings. So I'm going to advise you to please sit back, have fun, enjoy the week, and at the end of the week, we'll have a much more compliant staff. We have better compliance culture, and at the end of the day, we have a sustainable business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I actually missed out on the put your hand on your chin. I was really placing it here. I wanted to argue with you. All right, so we also have our online guests. I believe they can hear us and they can see us loud and clear. Please stay with us and don't go anywhere. All right, so to move on to the next item on the program, I have the opening remarks. I would like to invite up here a man that is very disciplined. In this part of the world, where we say men of timber and caliber, we mean people that are reliable, dependable. You know when they say one man, but you can count 100 people in him, right? I'd like to invite up here right now a very stylish man. He's also a man of steez. When you see him, you would understand what I'm saying. So right now, please I'd like to have up here right now our Managing Director, CEO, Mr. Danny Martin. Can you see the steez?
Thank you, thank you. Good morning all and welcome to this Compliance Week. Well, it should not be a week, it should be a year-round exercise. So we are here to celebrate and also to address the new joiner. So they are part of our DNA, and compliance is the DNA and core value of our company. So some could see compliance as a roadblock to make business, but believe me, it is core value of our shareholder TTC, and it is mostly a long-term competitive advantage. We have to run business on a day-to-day following our 10 guiding principles called COSE. So I hope all of you by the end of this week, if not already, will know what are those 10 guiding principles. So compliance is not just about following rules. It is all about culture of integrity, trust, accountability that defines who we are as a company. Across our group, we have PASI, which serves as a foundation for operational consistency, and we have COSE, the Global Code of Conduct and Ethics, that ensure that we uphold the highest ethical standards in everything and every aspect of our work. As leaders of our industry, we must demonstrate a firm commitment to compliance, transparency, and fairness. These 10 guiding principles, including workplace safety, financial integrity, ethical decision-making, and respect for human rights, are the pillars that sustain our growth and reputation. We must all take responsibility for upholding these values, as any compromise would have far-reaching consequences for our people, stakeholders, and the communities we serve. Compliance is not the responsibility of a few. It's not just a board exercise. It's not just a reporting line. It is the responsibility of all of us, every single employee. As we observe Compliance Week, I urge you all to renew your commitment to ethical excellence. By working together and holding ourselves to the highest standards, we will continue to build a company that is not only successful, but also respected and trusted globally. Thank you and have a good week.
Yes, please. Thank you very much, sir. With what Mr. Denny has just said, it tells that we don't just do compliance, we are compliance. And it's a collective task. We're all responsible for that. All right, up next, I would like to invite a classic man, a business strategist, a leader, who will be giving us a message from the board Please help me invite up here Mr. Benga Oyebode, our board chairman. He's a strong man. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. So I thought you was going to say I was a man of steez. So I guess I'm not. So no problem. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely happy and proud to be here. I've been asked to make a couple of opening remarks, and I thought Denise has already talked about how we see compliance, how we see ethical behavior at Cfao, and my role is just really to just emphasize that. For us, compliance is not just a legal mandate. It's something that we've adopted through not just Nigeria, but worldwide as a policy. Our global code of conduct includes very, very strict ethical rules, anti-bribery and corruption, and Cfao sees compliance not just in Paris, but in all our operating countries. So for us, it's a particularly important message that that we're trying to send today. So in a changing environment around the world, it's really not just about staying out of trouble. It is about preserving confidence of investors, of stakeholders, of regulators, in such a way as we not just maintain our corporate reputation, but we prevent risk. We manage risk for our companies, and the role of the board is to set the tone for the company. So I just want to assure you that at the board, we continue to set the tone. We believe in compliance. We believe that our company must remain compliant, and so it's particularly important. I'm happy that I see a full room where we send that signal, but from top. So the other thing I wanted to emphasize is that compliance is not a handicap. So please don't think of it as something that you are struggling to do. And let's also make sure that it's not something we're just checking the box. We do need to believe in the rules. We need to believe that the rules apply to us. We need to recognize that in our operating environment, regulators want us to be compliant. Our stakeholders want us to be compliant. And that actually this is part of our corporate culture. That's a very, very important element of what we do. So for me, to round up, it's really just to say that let's take our ethical obligations seriously. Let's preserve the highest standards. Let's grow our business sustainably. And let's remember that each one of us sitting here are all ambassadors of the company, of the group, and that we must continue to do things in a sustainable, compliant, risk-averse way. I'm also particularly happy, just to conclude, the caliber of panelists that we have. I think it's important that we recognize that we've put together panelists that are some of the leaders of compliance, of risk management in the country. So I'm happy that talking to us today are people that walk the talk, set the tone in their companies, ensure that as a rule, all of us in society remain compliant, push the envelope. So that's something that we've done very well in setting today's agenda. So again, I'm sure that we're going to enjoy not just today, the week, but more importantly, let us just stay focused on the objective, because again, as I said, we're all ambassadors, and if we trip and fall, it's not just an individual, it's very reflective of the corporate culture that we have set for our company. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. All right. So just like he has said, we have powerful people in this room that would actually enlighten us and show us a lot of information. So before we start, please let's prepare to open our minds and then digest all of this information. But while we are doing that, please, I would like to have Mr. Benga Oyebode up here again. We want to take some pictures, first with the ESCO. Saz, please, can you come? Just very quickly, 2 minutes. Thank you, sir. All ESCOs, please. Here, just here, right here. ESCOs, GMs, MDs, please come forward. Thank you. Okay, so while they take the pictures, our very valued guest, please, you would also join right after this session. Thank you. All right, please, where's the photographer? Can you help us take a very nice picture? I guess we must have a good shot already. All right, thank you very much, Saz. So, guest, please, can you come forward as well? Thank you. Okay, and right after them, please, all compliance officers, please come forward so we can take a picture very quickly. Compliance officers, please. Compliance champions, compliance officers, please come forward very quickly. Thank you. Good. All right, thank you very much. May I please have your seat? One more, please, before you go. Compliance officers, very quickly, please come forward. Thank you very much. Okay, so now on to the next one, the deal of the day. Like I said earlier, please let's open our minds and then take notes. Use your phones, your tablets, your pens and papers. So over to you, Ife. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. Good morning, everyone. So moving on to the panel session. Now, I just want to mention that we have, during the event, we have a quiz competition. So it's going to come up tomorrow. Yeah, so we'll get emails that we'll get our emails and then we'll see the question in emails, right? Can you hear me, please? Okay, it's better. Okay. Okay, so we'll get an email tomorrow morning with the quiz, with the questions for the quiz, and we'll have our 2 hours to answer the questions. We have to take it very seriously because we'll have winners, and then we have gifts, like very huge gifts for these winners. So we'll have 3 winners. We'll have a second runner up, first runner up, and we'll have a winner. So let's expect to get this email tomorrow by 10. So we'll have 2 hours to answer the questions, which is the reason why we have to listen attentively to this session, because we just get tips from this panel session. Okay, so we'll move right into it. We've been talking a lot already about compliance. We agree with me that compliance, like our chairman said, has gone beyond a box ticking exercise. So we're moving into the era where we have to stay ahead of the curve. We have to keep, we have emerging technologies that we have to keep up with, and essentially maintain a compliant integrity of compliance. And that's what we'll be discussing today at the panel session. We're looking at the topic, the future of compliance, leveraging AI, strengthening internal controls, cybersecurity, global regulations, and ethical leadership. We have a powerhouse panel to delve into this topic today. We have industry experts with us, so we'll just go right into it. I'll start by, I'm not sure we can read the profile because of time, but we would have the profile on the screen. Yes, so I'll start by calling our first panelist up stage in person of Mrs. Sorry, 1 minute. Yes, Mrs. Ayatola Jago. Miss Ayatola Jago. She's a group chief compliance officer and the company secretary, Oando PLC. She's a GM compliance government. Sorry. Yes. She's the group chief compliance officer and company secretary, Oando PLC. The GM compliance government and risk, Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited. You're very welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Femi Jayola. Yes, please. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please. Thank you. We have Mr. Femi Jayola. He's the Group Chief Conduct and Compliance Officer of Access Bank PLC. A round of applause again, please. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation. Next, we have Mrs. Aneni Oduwale. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please, a round of applause for her, please. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Alter Head Limited. Sorry. Thank you so much, ma, for coming. The next person we have is Mrs. Yinka Oshiko Maya. Please forgive me. You're welcome. Please, a round of applause, please. A round of applause. Let's keep clapping until she comes up stage, please. She's the head internal control and risk. She's the head internal control and risk management. Internal control and risk manager, Sombet Global Concept Limited. You're very welcome, ma. So good to have you. And then we would have, unfortunately, Mrs. Adiola couldn't make it. So we're just going to have our moderator come up now. She's Mrs. Yetunde Olajide, the director, Avena Consult. You're welcome, ma. Please, let's keep clapping for her. Please clapping. Let's keep clapping. You're welcome, ma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want us to listen attentively as the session starts. We will have gift vouchers at the end of the session. Possibly, if we ask a question and then you get it right, you may just be getting our voucher. So please listen attentively as we comment the session. I'll hand over to the moderator now. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? So it's an honor to be invited to this house to engage on the future of compliance. And honestly, very impressed. This is my first official interaction with the organization. But to see the investment in compliance is actually truly heartwarming. And I hope that we'll be able to do justice to the topic before us. Good enough, we have some very top industry players in the compliance field, veterans in their field, and we're going to be engaging on the future of compliance. Of course, there are a lot of dimensions to it, so we're going to take it in themes over the next 2 hours. And I'm also we are going to be engaging the team, the audience, so it's going to be a panel discussion. We're looking forward to your interaction. So when we talk about the future of compliance, what comes to our mind? I mean, we've all seen the way our world is evolving. Businesses are having to face a lot of risk. Compliance is becoming a big thing. There's a lot of disruptions in our global world today. Case in point are the pronouncement, from the new administration in the US, and how that has, disrupted established structures, disrupted businesses. So even start to change the way at position, change the way organizations, have done compliance. So we are in this environment, and of course we have obligations to our stakeholders. Compliance is embedded. How do we ensure that we live and breathe compliance? It becomes a strategic initiative. So that's what we want to discuss. AI, cyber, and the attendance. How can help to embed compliance as business as usual, the way we do business. And also we look at leadership, what the tone of the top is, and how the leaders position the embed compliance into the DNA of the organization. So happy to be here today. Start with the first question. Engage my fellow panelists, just get their thoughts on the future of compliance. Not to say compliance in the next 5-10 years. All of this. So I'll start with Ayotola.
Thank you for the invitation to be part of this compliance week. I remember my very early days at Owando. We had regular compliance weeks, and so it's really interesting to be here to see this happening. Thank you very much, Ayokuni, as well. I've known Ayokuni for a while and seen his journey, and I guess we've kind of bounced off each other in terms of best practice as we evolved as compliance officers, and that's what compliance is. There's been an evolution of compliance, and it's now more a case of business sustainability than just a nice to have, and as we said earlier, a tick the box thing. Compliance is no longer reactionary. It's no longer a tick the box affair. It's really about practical risk management. I want to take this from the point of view of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I remember when they were being drafted, as members of the United Nations Global Compact, we had a bit of input into the SDGs. And we really wanted to have like a strong anti-compliance principle or goal embedded into the SDGs, because we realized that the failure of the Millennium Development Goals was really could be attributed to the failures when it came to anti-corruption and compliance. We eventually ended up with SDG 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. When you think about compliance today and how we I guess administer compliance, or how we conceptualize it, it's really about peace, right? It's about ensuring that in our interactions with all our stakeholders, we have a good, strong relationship. It's peaceful. We can get what we want. It's about justice. It's about the fact that we want things to be done properly, and we don't want people to profit from the benefits of wrongdoing. So when it comes to fraud risk, when it comes to unethical conduct, and it's about building strong institutions. It's about building institutions that can exist for generations to come, can also expand, and can run themselves with the, because the right concepts have been embedded, because the right principles have been embedded, with minimal supervision from a compliance point of view. And I think that by the time compliance becomes a culture, then a lot of things begin to happen. So if, for instance, we have peace, justice, and strong institutions in our nations, then we can meet all the other sustainable development goals much more easily. But if we don't have that, then policy education, zero poverty, whatever it is, sustainable cities become very, very difficult to achieve. And so compliance is really the bedrock of a well-run, sustainable business. So that's my, I think, opening remarks. Without having good, strong compliance, you don't have a sustainable business. Thank you.
And I would like Femi's thoughts. She talked about, Ayotola talked about strong institutions and how that can help to build sustainable businesses. So, Femi, what's your take on that, and how does that relate to the future of compliance? How you see the future of compliance playing out?
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me join the Compliance Week. I was a bit surprised, actually, that a company not in the financial services takes compliance this seriously. I think a lot of people can relate with the penalties that banks have to endure from the central bank. So I could understand when banks pay a lot of attention to compliance, but automotive industry, I think you guys deserve a round of applause to be honest. So where do I see compliance in the future? I see compliance where it becomes a self-regulating basis. In the future, I see organizations self-regulating themselves as opposed to regulators enforcing compliance with regulations. I see compliance leveraging more on technology and AI to drive effectiveness and efficiency. I see a future of compliance where the compliance function becomes the core of any organization or any society going forward. I see a compliance in the future where everybody lives and breathes compliance. So if we look at our country today, one of the fundamental challenges we have is just how we conduct ourselves, which then flows into compliance. So Nigeria today is not bereft of the required regulatory requirements and things that we need to drive the right behavior and culture. It's more around, do we actually comply with the things we've set for ourselves? So let's start with our constitution today. It guides how we should operate as a set of people. What should happen in a particular instance. But do we follow that to the letter? Absolutely not. And that's one of the challenges we face today as a country. So in the future, I expect things to change. Things are changing. Have we made progress? Absolutely. Do we have a long way to go? Absolutely, absolutely. But once the journey is clear and you take the first step, I think it's a good starting point. But I see a future where things begin to change and we all live and breathe compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. And I want to tap into that faith, seeing a positive future. Yinka, what's your view?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm happy, and I would say, as a control person, I'm impressed that the board chair and the executive management are all involved in this. Basically, that the board chair and the executive management are all involved in this. It shows the importance tone at the top is taking. And I'm glad that Cfao is one of the companies that are considering compliance as a very important step to take. So for me, compliance, the future of compliance in Nigeria, I see it leading to sustainable businesses, just like she has mentioned earlier. When a company is known for full compliance, it opens doors, not only in Nigeria, but across the board. I work in an organization that, because of the nature of the business, the nature of the industry, we are forced to comply. But if a company on its own take it upon itself to ensure that compliance is well pronounced in the organization, I can say it's a good step in the right direction. So I'm happy. It shows to me, in the next few years, we see other companies also adopting this kind of procedures, making it pronounced as Cfao have done. And I can say it's going to be good business for Nigeria, within and outside Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Inka. Eneni.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I do not take this lightly. It's actually a very strategic outlook, or strategic. It demonstrates the strategic intent towards compliance by the board and management of Cfao. So where do I see compliance in the future? I think to consider that, we should look at where we are at the moment. So we've all said it rightly. Compliance is no longer a tick-the-box activity. It's not reactive. It's not responsive anymore. It's supposed to be proactive. So in future, I see deployment or use of very predictive techniques and methodology. And like Femi rightly said, AI-driven compliance systems. Now, in today's world, we know compliance is really evolving at a fast pace because of the geopolitical tensions we have across the world. It's affecting different jurisdictions because people tend, for instance, with the Trump situation, with pronouncements he's made, countries are reacting, and usually reactions will come with sanctions, mandates, and all of that. And that goes into the businesses operating in those jurisdictions, and therefore, to a great extent, the supply chain mechanism. So where do I see compliance in future? I see compliance not just being about us ensuring that we are compliant, but making sure that everyone within our value chain also has the same level or the same culture towards compliance as we do. Because we do know that there is a global convergence now. So we cannot be isolated. You may think that, okay, your focus should be only on, compliance requirements in Nigeria. No, to the extent that, you do have your supply chain spread across the world, it is important to monitor what's going on across the world. So question is, how much risk assessment is put into, for instance, geopolitical tensions? Because from that, you would know, okay, where are we likely to have unfavorable sanctions? Where are we likely to have more stringent compliance stipulations? So those are things to monitor and manage intentionally. Now, there's also, we'll say, macroeconomic crisis globally. So we see countries reacting in different ways, having different policy measures to manage their own macroeconomic trends. Now, these are things to also monitor, because it means that governments can come up with stipulations that may impact your business. So in future, I see that we have to have more predictive, very detailed methodology for monitoring compliance, not only in the jurisdictions. I know you operate in about 69 jurisdictions, not only in the jurisdictions where you operate from, but globally. For instance, the deep sick issue from China, have we appraised how that can impact our compliance climb? So these are things to be aware of, So in future, compliance has to be very, very linked to your risk management strategy. You have to be very detailed with your risk assessment. AI has to drive your compliance strategy, because in your compliance system, you're not only monitoring the compliance regulations of your local jurisdiction, but it's important to monitor those of all jurisdictions that you operate from, as well as your suppliers. So, in a nutshell, that's what I have
Thank
to say.
you, Eneni. That was quite detailed. Thank you. So we'll start with, like I said, we're going to take it in themes because we have a lot to unpack here. So we'll take the first theme, which is around what do we have now? What is our situation currently in terms of the trend? And Femi, you had talked about compliance in Nigeria. So what are the challenges or risks that we face with Nigeria's regulatory landscape?
Thanks for that question. So I'll try and situate my response within a Nigerian perspective. So my view, which I've always communicated, is that the regulatory environment is overly complicated. Overly complicated in the sense that there appears to be no structure to how regulatory requirements are developed and applied. And I'll try and make it a bit practical as well. So if we look at the banking sector, we have a primary regulator, which is the central bank. Within the central bank itself, the number of regulatory requirements that banks have to deal with is onerous, right? And when those requirements are sent out, it will give you some very tight timelines to comply with them. And the fundamental is that once the regulatory requirement is onerous, we are already encouraging non-compliance. So to look at where we are today, my view is that we are overly complicated in terms of our regulatory environment. We have multiple regulators. We have overlapping regulatory requirements. We have regulatory agencies trying to take a point or take a position that is contradictory to one another. And that makes it very onerous. The other bits around how we can use data or AI to drive effectiveness and efficiency. But today, we struggle with data because AI or technology will feed up the data that we use. So look at our national database. Do we have a single source of data today to drive the use of AI or technology for effectiveness and efficiency? We don't. We have the National Identity National Database. We have the BVN database. The driver's license have their own database. Multiple sources of data that are not really linked together. Inconsistency, poor data quality. And with that, it makes it difficult to have the use of technology or AI to drive the efficiency or the effectiveness you are seeking. That's another challenge. The other challenge is around our culture. And I think this has been a source of debate when I have conversations with my colleagues and friends as well. I think as a people, we struggle with compliance. I don't know why, but I think we struggle generally with compliance. And when that happens, the entire regulatory environment becomes difficult to navigate, right? And someone has said that part of the problem with all struggling with compliance is that there's no enforcement around the regulatory obligations we need to comply with. So if we go to other parts of the world, want to do something wrong, you face the consequences. No two stories around it. In fact, you resign in some instances before the regulator comes after you because people own up to that responsibility to comply. Or I dare say that's not the case in Nigeria today, right? So a combination of several things: overly complicated regulatory environment, overlapping regulatory agencies. If I look at Access Bank today, we have branches in practically every state of the country. We have regulations at the federal government level. Sometimes it's contradictory to what happens in different states. Difficult to navigate. We are present in about 17 African countries. Different regulatory requirements, regulators pushing themselves on who takes precedence. Difficult environment to navigate. So those are some of the issues around where we sit today in terms of compliance. So if we try to comply today, the environment just makes it very difficult to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. And I would also, want and then need to chip in. What are your views on some of the challenges we have in Nigeria? Do you agree with Femi? Are there areas where you feel that it's not as bad? What's your view?
So I totally agree with Femi. Everything he said is on point, but I'm going to leverage my experience when I managed risk, head of risk at Dangote Group. And as you're aware, I can liken it to you are a conglomerate with different types of companies, right? So we had the cement industry, we had the sugar. I mean, I'm sure all of us are aware of the different companies, but maybe what we're not aware of is that within the group, we had our own IT company, construction company, a whole group of other companies that publicly are not known. And so compliance was rather than a regulatory requirement, because we know in Nigeria, outside of banking, and oil and gas, or many other sectors are regulated. All you need to do is adhere to SEC if you're listed, right? So I would say currently for companies that are strategic in outlook, they actually adopt best-in-class compliance techniques. But like Femi said, the challenge now is having that synchronized way of doing it. So you have your supply chain, and they probably are not operating at that level. So it now depends on you to upskill them, to bring them up to that level, and sometimes you meet with a lot of resistance. Because like he rightly said, compliance is not a culture for us. We're more after the reward of business. We're more after the profit rather than the things to do to ensure we don't have any leakage to that. So Firstly, the current practice of compliance in a non-financial sector or non-oil and gas sector is you're not regulated. So yours is to abide by CAC or SEC laws if you're listed. If you're not listed, it now behoves on you to do as you want. And that is why it's very impressive that CFAO is taking compliance this seriously. Now, this is what I would say. For a lot of organizations such as yours that have seen compliance as a strategic tool to build resilience, drive innovation, right? What they typically do, Femi was right to say that when you're operating in different jurisdictions, just as, in Dangote Group, we were operating across Africa, right? You have different jurisdictions, you have different compliance requirements. Now, what we did was to say we will adopt the most stringent stipulation or regulation. We will adopt that as our group standard. And then we imbibed a bit of risk management with our compliance management in that when we imbibe that, we stress it. We say, okay, what if the government decides to be more stringent with this? Where does that put us? And of course, I would say it therefore calls for a fit for purpose outlook. So in the current climate, compliance cannot be driven from externally if you really want to deploy it as a strategic tool. It has to be part of your own corporate objective, your own strategic intent, so that you're operating at a global level. Because we must remember this, there's a global convergence of compliance programs, systems, stipulations, even at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eneni. And you mentioned something about some of the challenges we face because our culture focuses on profits. And so you find out that compliance practitioners or compliance managers in those institutions, have to contend, with their stakeholders to actually push through the compliance agenda. So I know the oil and gas industry is pretty regulated, not as much as the banks, but they're still a bit relaxed. So I would like Ayotola to share with us some of the challenges as a compliance practitioner, some of the challenges faced, in your industry in ensuring that you bring compliance to the forefront and you get the buy-in of critical stakeholders like your board, management, heads of units. What are those challenges, and how do you deal with them?
Thank you very much. So I want to address the audience in the room and just make it really relevant to the business, rather than talk necessarily about my own organization. First of all, as a corporate, what happens in Nigeria affects whatever is going on at head office. So it's not really necessarily the case that you're not regulated per se locally and you can do whatever it is you want to do. There are global standards by which you are bound. And your head office is responsible for everything that's happening in the subsidiaries. What is the value proposition for being a compliant business? If you don't understand what that value proposition is, and every member of your staff doesn't understand that the value proposition is that you continue in business for the long term, you are not open to the risk of fines, and your home country is also not open to the risk of fines, because there are transactions that are going on all the time between the group companies, between the various subsidiaries, that could impact on other subsidiaries within the group, and particularly on the home country. It's really important that everybody gets that value proposition for compliance. The other thing, I'm talking about the challenges. Certainly, you'll be affected by SON, you'll be affected by NAFTA, you'll be subject to CBN regulations, especially when it comes to repatriation of your investments. So it's really important that everyone understands that sometimes what you do, just a simple entry, can have an impact. A simple decision. Those who are responsible, for instance, for due diligence, not doing due diligence properly on a vendor could have long-reaching implications. We talked about what's going on in the US right now with Donald Trump and just the shifting sanctions terrain. Not properly clearing a vendor for due diligence could actually have a significant financial impact on the organization because maybe you've cleared somebody who is a sanctioned entity or a sanctioned individual. So it's really important that everybody understands that what I do and how I do my work is very, very key to the long-term profitability of the organization. What are some of the challenges? The philosophy of regulation in Nigeria is very haphazard. As a listed company, I can tell you that the philosophy of regulation that the NGX has, very different to that of SEC, very different to that of the Financial Reporting Council. And it's not even so much the regulations and the way they come out and the conflicts in laws, it's also their approach. And so as a compliance person, you have to understand what is the philosophy of regulation of each of my regulators, and how do I therefore engage them from a stakeholder management perspective to ensure that the business profits and gets what it wants out of each of these different regulators. Because the way you would approach SEC would be very different from the way you will approach NGX. The way you will build that stakeholder relationship will be completely different. So that's one key area. The other risk, I would say, would be when it comes to cybersecurity threats and data privacy. Certainly as a business, NDPR affects you, and we need to comply. And we've seen enforcement increase in that area. But there's also an increase and a rise in cyber attacks on businesses. And so again, that's also another area that attention needs to be paid to. And these things are behavioral. The way you do your work can expose the business to the risk of cyber attacks. A lot of cybersecurity attacks are based on human behavior. It's not a system failure per se. It's that you open the door to the to be attacked by opening up an email that you shouldn't open up. And so compliance extends even to that. How do you deal with mail? What is your what's your protocol when it comes to even something as simple as how you handle your work tools when you're out of the office? So I don't want this to become like an economic discourse. We have to make it practical to the people in the room to say, how does my behavior and how I do my job protect the company, ensure that, again, the value proposition for being compliant, the value proposition from choosing as an organization to adhere to best standards, not just compliance with the law, but adhere to best standards, best practice. How does that impact on what I take home and my ability to take home my salary at the end of each month? Thank you.
Thank you, Ayotola. So I'll go to the audience because we actually need to make this practical. We talked about how we see compliance in Nigeria. We've talked about some of the challenges compliance managers and practitioners face in working with the organization to ensure compliance. So from the CFAO point of view, I would like some of my audience to chip in or ask questions as it relates to CFAO. If anybody has any question or any comments. So we want to make this interactive. So we want to have engagement with the audience. So audience,
Before you do, can I ask a question? How do you deal with an unequal behavioral terrain where, from a competition point of view, one of your competitors may be treated differently than yourselves by the regulators? They may have unfair advantages. How do you do that? And when they compromise on compliance standards, they get away with it. When you do the same thing, you don't get away with it.
that's a good question.
Thank you very much for the conversation this morning. Two questions from me. In a marketplace where we have almost over-regulation, where every regulator that you talk to believes that they can take you down, whether it's FCCPC, there are newer, whether it's data protection, almost everybody. And we've talked about at the federal level, at the subnational, there's a myriad of regulators. What's your advice for a corporate like ours, where we're having to deal with, local governments that come with their own issues, state governments that don't respect that we've dealt with these issues at federal level, and then at federal level, people who push the envelope such that they almost want to destroy the business, when actually the infraction, even if there was any, we should be able to resolve. That's my first question. Second question, we've talked a lot about Mr. Trump and his, what's your view? Maybe somebody can give us a view around FCPA and we do have a robust regulatory regime around anti-corruption in Nigeria, but and also in Europe. So, UK Bribery Act and everything else. But if the tone from the top says that we should suspend FCPA compliance, what are you advising your board and management and in your companies? How do you see this confusion that all of us are having to deal with? So if you could please just address those kind of concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that for those questions. So we take the first one. How do you deal with multiple regulations? And then you share some of your views.
Yes, thank you for that question. Very good question. Very complicated question, really. But the first thing to do from a practical standpoint, of course, is to have your dashboard, right? That includes the different regulations you have to abide by, the stipulations, the penalties, and all of that. And then for you, you have to now prioritize, right? And in prioritizing, you want to know who your critical stakeholders are. So you want to do what we call web connection in risk management, meaning that you want to tag your connected related parties, right? And so you want to see, okay, if I comply with this regulation, it gives me some credence with regulation. So you want to do that, what we call risk mapping. So in this instance, it's going to be your compliance mapping. And then it gives you a sense of your priority stakeholders. Now, with your priority stakeholders, you also have to do some form of scenario planning. You have to do a lot of engagement. But this is what I would say to that. Even with the tone from the top now changing from good business ethics and business conduct, I would say doing the right thing will never fail you. Because if you change your way and imbibe this shaky new administration, the minute it flips, sometimes things are backdated. And you don't want to be that. And first of all, you don't want to be defined by somebody else. Like I said, your compliance outlook must be fit for purpose, driven from within, so you remain consistent in your approach to compliance, which is we will be transparent, we will be ethical, we will be accountable. Now, with the different levels, national, subnational, we have to comply, unfortunately, but in doing so, we must have a strong communication to the world about who we are, and our outlook to compliance must be made known. A lot of times, people are able to play around in dark corners when who you are as an organization is not very well known. So it's very important for you to define who you are, stick, be consistent in your outlook to compliance, and then do your risk mapping. It won't fail you. Because we talk about ripple effects in risk management, right? Because sometimes by just tackling one issue, you probably have tackled a boomerang issue. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eneni. So what I hear is you do your compliance mapping, prioritize the high-stake regulations or requirements, and then as it relates to changing tone at the top, just remain true to who you are. Be consistent in what you say. That's what I hear.
I'll share a few things in terms of what we've had to do. So, like I said, strong stakeholder management is really key. You will all know that a few years back we had issues with SEC. We were delisted from the exchange. We couldn't hold our annual general meetings. And short of saying it came really down to regulatory capture by a particular stakeholder group or a particular interested party. We found for 4 years we were unable to hold our annual general meeting. Coming out of that, I just decided not again. And it wasn't because we didn't have good corporate governance within the organization. It was because, like I talked about, regulatory capture, which happens a lot. I know a lot of CEOs spend their time in National Assembly having to go before different House committees to talk about what? Really, that's the driving policy change. And you can't just say, okay, we're just going to do our day-to-day. So with the Financial Reporting Council, about 3 executive secretaries back, I approached them and I said, look, you guys are responsible for corporate governance in Nigeria. It is in my best interest that I to develop your directorate of corporate governance. It is in my best interest that I ensure that what's coming out of these MDAs is fit for purpose. It is creates an enabling environment for my business to thrive. And so whether it is speaking with the regulator in the oil and NUPRC, or it is FRC, or it is we get consultation papers from different regulators asking for our input. Many times we don't bother responding. I made it a point of view that every document that comes to my office saying that we're looking for your feedback during the consultation process of a bill, that I get members of my team to sit down, if I can't do it myself, and look through it and say, how would this affect us as a business? So this is proactive compliance, where you're not waiting for the law to hit you, like we did with the FRC Act. FRC Act was never responsible for corporate governance. It was just financial reporting. Everybody sat back, and before they knew it, they were responsible for corporate governance. They came up with a code of corporate governance, which to a large degree makes sense, but in some areas, it actually doesn't. So we have to get involved. We can't leave it to the lawyers. because the lawyers are not in active practice. They're in active practice. They're not running the business. So we need to engage. You need to engage with NAFDAC. You need to engage with NDPR. And you need to say, what are the things here in the act, in the guidelines that we're not happy with? And how can we, through our engagement, begin to bring about the change so that it's conducive to business? It's a long-term strategy, mid to long-term strategy, but you need to do it. You also need to do it with your industry bodies. So I know your competitors, right? But there are some things that are affecting all of you. So times when you can't speak up as a company because you don't want to be the troublemaker, you don't want to be the one who is targeted, you can do that as an industry body. So engagement with your industry bodies is key. And then you have to apply above all the gold standard. I remember when I worked with Citi, I was in Bermuda. Bermuda is a small island, very rich island at the time, yeah, influences a lot. But our head office was in Chicago. And so we had to ensure that throughout the group, we were singing from the same hymn book when it came to compliance. Of course, requirements differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But the key things that were of importance to the organization from a compliance point of view, we mapped everything. And then we decided that regardless of the fact that in your jurisdiction it's a lower standard, we're going to go for the gold standard. And so there are times when you will have to comply with something that's more onerous. That's not the time to say, but it's not required in Nigeria. No, because you're setting the tone. And so the gold standard is what applies. And also, you're totally synced. There's no, so when somebody from Nigeria goes to France, it's the same standard. You know, you're not, there's no hypocrisy, there's no discordance within the group, there's unity when it comes to how you apply compliance across the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayotola. And I think what you just said about adopting the gold standard, which might be stringent, you know, for now, but at the end of the day, it comes to pay off because there's also the global convergence of regulation. So I think one example about the FRCN is the internal control over financial reporting. This is something that is, you know, been for years in the US, in Canada, and so a lot of companies that are affiliated to the US adopted it more than 15, 20 years ago. But we're actually there now in Nigeria where the FRCN has seen the need to embed internal controls over financial reporting, and we are having to comply. So you can imagine for those organizations who have who are subsidiaries of the US, they've been doing it for years, so it's not an issue for them. So it's very easy for them to then, you know, plug in and comply. But for the other companies, they have to just, you know, go about it as a project, you know, invest and also, you know, spend some time to get used to that regulation. So, like she said, just go for the highest standard, but know that you're on the right track. I also want to be able to get Inka's view on the.
All right, thank you, Yetunde. I agree with you on the FRC rule that they are trying to enforce compliance in the best way they can. I also agree with Anini on risk management practices, making a priority to make sure that we comply with every regulation. Once you have a dashboard, is a constant reminder that you have to comply. But above all, I think of reputation. Apart from complying with the rules, it speaks to our reputation as an organization. How do you want to be perceived outside? Do you want headlines in the newspapers saying your organization has been blacklisted for not complying with so? So that's a priority we should take into cognizance. Even if other organizations are not complying or they are finding one way or the other to find a way around it, but if you consider your reputation, our values, how does it speak to our reputation? We don't want to be known for non-compliance. No matter the list of regulations that come up, is already inbuilt. Just find yourself automatically complying. For the industry where I work in, we are into export business. So we are under UDR. So we are forced to comply in whatever way we can. We cannot say because in Nigeria some things are overlooked. In some of our transactions, we don't take things for granted. So it has been a culture within our organization that any regulation that come up, you must strive to comply. Going by IFRS S1 and S2 is new like ICOFA. Some organizations are still, but because we want it to form, take it as part of our reputation, we are already going for early adoption. It's not easy. I understand the challenges, but if you put your reputation as a priority, of course, it will be easy sale. Thank you.
Just to add to that, this conversation. So the other thing I've observed is that a lot of organizations spend a lot of time in terms of public engagement on the product and the marketing side, right? I don't think organizations are spending as much time and resources in terms of engaging with their external stakeholders around their compliance posture, right? So that when you have those difficult conversations with all those myriad of regulatory agencies, you can seize the narrative through your public engagement on your compliance culture. And that puts them on the defensive because you can use the power of social media to swing the narrative in our favor. We can use influencers to drive the message home that, look, CFAO is a compliance organization. They drive compliance right across the organization, and that puts them on the defensive. So that power of public engagement needs to be leveraged from a compliance perspective as opposed to just product marketing.
Okay, please go ahead.
So I just want to add something. So I manage compliance in GT Bank. Can you hear me? All right. So I did manage compliance while I was at GT Bank. And our mantra was agile. We called it agile compliance. We wanted agility with compliance, in terms of, you wake up in the morning, you go to bed, CBN comes up with a new regulation, right? And we used to have what we called 5-minute standing meetings, to address those. So something I would like to suggest also is having compliance programs that are not rigid. And this also comes from your perspective in terms of mapping, right? Once you've done the prioritization, you're able to build policies that give you room to adjust to new changes. And if you actually do your risk mapping and you do your strategic assessments as well, you'll be able to preempt the direction of whether national or subnational, because usually you get the hints. Now, engagement goes without saying, engaging, lobbying for your interest. But this usually takes longer term to achieve than the requirement for compliance. So I do agree with the fact that topmost on your compliance strategy must be who you want the public to see you as and who you truly are. It must be consistent. So bearing that in mind, whilst you engage, whilst you lobby, make sure you are in a place of compliance, because you do not want to fall off the radar as a non-compliant organization. I just wanted to make it clear, engagement goes without saying, but it will not give you immediate results. So for the immediate, you want to have a framework that allows you the flexibility and agility to comply, at least at base minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ineni. I'm taking a cue from what you talked about, being able to anticipate compliance requirements. It takes me to what Femi initially mentioned about AI, technology, and the need to be able to leverage that to, bring in some predictive capabilities. So I want us to delve more on that. How do you see AI play in all of this?
Thank you. Clearly, technology AI is the future. And we talked about the overly complicated regulatory environment, the myriad of regulatory agencies, myriad of regulatory requirements to need to comply with, different businesses in the corporate structure across multiple jurisdictions. It's impossible to have the resources in terms of bodies to deal with this myriad of regulatory requirements. Practically impossible. That's one. Second is around with humans, naturally so, there will be errors. There will be fatigue. People need to go on leave. People have left the organization. Transition has happened. Things will fall through the gaps. So clearly there are limitations on how sustainable using just human beings to manage the regulatory environment can be. So clearly the features around the use of technology and AI. So if we look at Access Bank today, we have multiple regulatory bodies to deal with across multiple jurisdictions. One of the things we've done is to build a regulatory inventory portal where we've basically identified all our regulatory obligations, put them on the portal, and the next stage is now to connect that portal to the various regulatory websites. So as new regulatory requirements are coming in, the AI picks it up, decomposes it to what it means to our existing policies and what we need to do going forward. It takes a big chunk out of the work we need to do on a day-to-day basis. The other bit we are doing internally as well is around our policies. Because of this myriad of policy regulatory requirements we need to deal with, we had multiple and several internal policies. Again, we need to have a basis for people to understand these policies. People cannot read these policies on a day-to-day basis. So what do? We come up with a bot where you can interact with the bot to ask different things around our internal policies. What is our internal policies on leave? The bot gives you the answer on the spot, on the go. And then it makes it very easy to comply. Our transaction monitoring today, we just deployed a solution. Cost a lot of money, a couple of millions of dollars, but that investment needs to happen for sustainability. And what it does is that it leverages the data to help us monitor our customer transactions. And the selling point when I had the engagement with the board was to say, look, apart from dealing with the compliance risk, it has value for the business. Because when we analyze our customers' transactions, we can pass that out to the business team to know what products or services to sell to those customers. So those investments in technology or AI serves not just to meet your compliance requirements, but you can use them to drive value within the business and are completely across the organization. And the bit around effectiveness cannot be overemphasized. You need to get it right. Unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case may be, our regulatory environment is quite harsh, right? We have instances where one single transaction can put your licenses at risk, irrespective of the fact that it's one out of millions of transactions that you do on a day-to-day basis. So the regulators most times don't give a benefit of doubt. So you absolutely need to get it spot on. And for you to do that, you need to leverage technology and AI. There's no two ways around it. So that investment needs to happen. Cfao needs to start that journey today to grow a sustainable business, given what is happening around the regulatory space. It's inevitable. So invest today because it's going to cost you more down the line to make that investment.
Thank you, Femi. As you spoke about AI and technology, which it's imperative that we need to invest. There is also the flip side of risk, cyber risk, data privacy risk, which of course is also heavily regulated. So I would like Ayotola's view on how do you manage those attendant risk of embracing technology to deal with compliance problems and then also being exposed to further risks that can also create compliance issues.
So I think, like with anything you choose to adopt, you need to look at the regulatory framework because there's help out there at least if there's no help nationally because the national AI framework is not yet in place, globally there is. So I would say NDPR first of all. Make sure that in your adopting, which I'm sure you've already started down the journey of adopting AI, that you look at how you're going to deal with personal data, and that whatever you do, it's compliant with NDPR. There's the EU AI Act for when it comes to your global operations as well, which classifies different AI risk levels. High risk AI used in financial services, HR and legal compliance. So making sure that you're compliant with that. I would say ISO 42001. I'm sure your IT people are conversant with that when it comes to AI management systems, and making sure that whatever it is you do before you embark on that journey, you look at what the requirements are under ISO 42001 and make sure that whatever you're implementing is in line with that. And then, of course, there are different, the ESG AI governance standards. You make sure that also whatever it is that you're doing aligns with your ESG policies. And I think that once you, you properly risk manage the transition of certain things to AI. Of course, there's also the people aspect as well. Because right now you have a lot of compliance champions. I saw them come out to take pictures, and their roles are very soon going to be replaced with bots and technology. But doesn't mean that they're not relevant, because at the end of the day, again, it's a culture change. There's some people who would still want to talk to a human being and confirm with a human being, and maybe you have. In our case, we have operations in remote areas, in the swamp areas, where you still do need a human being to be able to interact and say, okay, this is what the company is and this is what it stands for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayotola. So I think what struck me from what you said is human beings and technology. So when technology comes, does that mean we have to get rid of the human beings? Is AI just going to work on its own, and we get to a space where you enter an office and there is no one? It's the AI or the robot or whatever that is talking to you. Uh, do we see ourselves getting there, or is there still a role that our human resources play? Inka, I want to bounce that off you.
All right, thank you, Tunde. You're right. In the next few years, when we embrace AI, is it that human beings will no longer be needed? Huh? Yeah. Of course, human beings will still have their place, even if we have AI. For example, I'm aware that some generation might not be comfortable speaking only to AI, considering the risks. So human being will still play the part. The data that has been uploaded in the algorithm for the AI, human being will still have input. There are still some controls that are supposed to be in place to check that whatever you have put on AI is what is being transmitted. So there needs to be constant monitoring of that. Human beings, of course, will be involved in that. And translation also to some organizations. We have different levels of stakeholders. Will that apply to every stakeholder? Stakeholder management wants everybody to be carried along. Human being will still be involved in that. So AI will not take the role of human being, by opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinka. So what I hear from you is there's still a lot of role that everyone in this room has to play as regards compliance. Even when AI comes, there's still the stakeholder management. There's still the human face, and there's also even still the need to review, right, what the AI is bringing, because there can be bias, there can be false positives, and you also want to have your human resources check that, your people to check that, and actually pass on the results. So thanks for that. So I will just, I just talked about some of those AI risks. We had talked about cyber. We talked about the interaction. So Femi, how do you see, how can we really make this practical? How can we work? You have implemented AI in your organization. So how has human and machine work together to help you achieve your compliance objectives?
Thanks. So, what is done, and I'll try and be frank as well, is that it's helped us to then move resources to other areas, right? So, not necessarily leading to job losses, but when you gain the efficiency in some part of the organization, you need to move it to some other business. So, what it does is that it frees up resources that you can allocate somewhere else, right? And like she said, the role of of a human being still exists within that process. So things around decision making, around strategy, was the way forward. Retraining the models, cleaning the data to feed into those models will still be things that will be done by human beings, right? And I think the way I look at it is to say, look, how do I then reskill myself to make myself relevant into the future? And that's the way I'll look at it. Not so much about, are we going to replace the people we have in the organization? How do you then retrain people to work within that kind of environment? How do we get people to understand how they can use data, how they can look at the models you have and make them better in terms of their predictive analysis? But more importantly is that once you are gaining efficiency somewhere, you are freeing up resources to go into other things, marketing, finance, internal audit. It frees resources and helps the optimal allocation of resources you have within the organization. So there's a role for human beings to play, but my view is that it gives people an opportunity to retrain themselves and see how they can be relevant. But what is clear is that we can't run away from it. That one is absolutely clear. So that you now adjust as a person to fit into that work model, or you will struggle. And what I've told my team members is that this gives us an opportunity for people to retrain, relearn, and look at other areas of the organization where they can be very, very useful to us.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Femi. I also want to throw this to the audience. Does anybody have any questions, around technology, the use of technology for compliance, or or questions around the risk?
I would like to really praise you and thank you for all the eye-opening discussion we had on the future. But I think we had one question from Ayotola left unanswered concerning our competitors and how we deal with eventually competition not following the same compliance rules that we do. And while we have to look at the future, we also have to drive today business. And I think on the day-to-day, what compliance means for an organization like Cfao is mostly corruption for the people on grounds, and eventually have undue advantage for some competitors that we cannot. So I would like to answer this because I think that's fundamental for people to understand what the vision and the way we want to do business. So I would like first to say yes, compliance might be, in some cases, be a blocker to some deals. It can, definitely it can. But I would like also to ask our people on the fields to try to stand back a bit from their day-to-day operation, day-to-day KPI and objectives, and to stand back from only Nigeria. Cfao won't be part of TMC group if we were not compliant. This is definitely a killing competitive advantage to be part of TMC. So yes, maybe today in Nigeria, short term, we might lose some deals and might be a bit less profitable, but once again, on a short term. Long term, the vision of the company, tunnel thinking and conviction is that we have to do the right thing, that long term we will win. Even in some country where sometimes compliance and regulation in our sector is not at the top. But it will come when nobody knows, but it will come. Once again, being part of a company such as TMC through TTC is a huge long-term advantage. Our culture, our company culture is not short-term thinking. So we totally agree to lose some deal on a short term, but to make sure we have a sustainable growth, long-term growth. So this is our motto, this is our culture, and I want everyone to really think that sometimes you can be frustrated on the day-to-day business, but on the long term, it is the right thing to do. So if the salesman on the field is asking himself a question, why don't we do what competition is doing? I would just like him, that's something that is common when we speak of corruption, but I would like just him to raise himself the question, would I be proud to tell my children what I've done today? And if the answer is yes, it means it is the right thing to do. If the answer is no, please don't do it. So I hope I answered your question, and I really thank you for the long term and future of compliance vision and trends, emerging trends, and we completely agree with that. But I wanted also to make a step backwards on our daily operation. So maybe to finally have some question for you is how do you see and what we should do, as an industry, as a company, where the industry might not be completely compliant. What is your opinion about it? Because banking sector might be more compliant than the mobility one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And I'm glad you clarified that, sir, because you're absolutely correct. One of the things that we have to remember is that we have other stakeholders. So for us, it's our creditors. We can't go out and we just did a major acquisition where we had to raise quite a lot of money to acquire ENI's 20% in the NAUC JV. We couldn't have raised that money if we didn't have the right level of compliance. You talked about your partners. You cannot find good business partners and good business partnerships if you don't have the right level of compliance. You cannot raise capital, particularly in oil and gas, where because of the Paris Agreement and the move towards net zero, the level of funding or the funding available for traditional fossil fuels has shrunk significantly if you don't have the right level of corporate governance or good compliance in your organization. And there's so many other things that we tend to gloss over when we're making those, when we're faced with these ethical dilemmas. We don't really look at the full-term and long-term impact or the holistic impact of that small action on our ability to raise funding, to raise capital, whether it's debt or equity, on our ability to form the right business partnerships that just take us to the next level. So I totally agree with you that in the short term, in spite of the pressure, you have to do the right thing. There's something I wanted to speak about which didn't come out quite with when Femi was talking, which is AI is great, but I was reading the global risk report by the World Economic Forum, and the highest short-term risk is misinformation and disinformation. And I just want to say that AI is great, but it's very important that you have your story as an organization out there and you're telling your story. So this is for your comms team and everybody else, because one of the risks of AI is that somebody, and it could be your competitor, because the way corporate espionage is done today in the area of AI is very different from how it used to be done. There is, primarily, we see this manifest itself in Nigeria in the area of disinformation and misinformation. And if your key stakeholders don't know your story and don't know the truth about who you are, they will very easily believe that. We've seen all kinds of battles taking place on social media and comments about different companies. And I mean, it looks so real. It looks like, yeah, this was the CEO of Cfao said this or did this. And it's very, very important that in building these AI systems, in leveraging on AI, in not even leveraging on it, but being aware of the risks of AI, that we also protect ourselves as organizations from the potential damage that it could cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayotola. And I really agree with what you said about it being a tone at the top, not once the people at the helms in charge of governance have made up their minds to say we are in for the long run, even if compromising will give us short-term profit, we would rather, take the lower profits, but remain sustainable. So I just want to, I want an chip in to say that tone at the top where the leaders have, set the tone. How do we then distill that to the salesman, for example, on the shop floor, to help them understand that it's not about short-term profits, but it's actually about sustainable growth? How do we embed that culture into the DNA of the organization?
Thank you for that question. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you for that question. So, basically, you are as strong as your weakest link. Now, a lot of times we tend to prioritize money-making roles or high control monitoring roles as our key roles. But like you rightly said, even the security man is your weakest link, right? So AI, I will go back to AI. AI can help you with helping your organization learn, relearn, and continue learning about your approach to compliance. Much as the tone has been set from the top has to live out. It's not just about setting the tone in everything in your own personal business, because right now, in reputational risk frameworks, one of the internal factors you consider is not just the brand perception of the organization, but also brand perception of key leaders in the organization, their personal brand as human beings in their own organizations and all that. So basically, it is very important for one, all the policies of the organization to communicate the organization's stance and outlook and value proposition for compliance. That requirement for consistent, transparent, accountable approach and methodology towards compliance must be communicated. Write down your value, even to your third party, your vendors, all of that, all across your value chain. Now, when Femi spoke about AI, I was going to I was just thinking, even one of the ways to manage your exposure to AI risks is to have what we call, you can call it like a menu log, right? You want to track what your AI is passed. You know, you have a database of language that's not allowed, language that, you know, cannot emanate from your organization. So if somebody puts something out there, it sends a trigger to you. That's one of the mechanisms, right? Now, it is important for the organization as well to understand how it intends, every member of the organization, how it tends to look at compliance and communicate. And it's important for you to have designated authorities when it comes to communicating your stance on compliance, because it has to be consistently communicated. Now, you can have different approaches to training your people and, you know, retraining them. You can have simple things such as a screensaver a week, you know, across the organization, highlighting a key aspect of or a key value proposition of your compliance program is enough. A screensaver for a whole day imprints that knowledge in the minds of everyone. Periodic sessions such as this, very crucial. Internet-based training, online training. So for instance, we had this program where every staff annually must take on this compliance course, right? And you must have a minimum pass mark. It was part of your appraisal. So that you knew that everyone knows that compliance is not a cloak to be worn and taken off at will, but that it is part of how you do what you do, irrespective of which section of the business you operate from. So basically, it is to have a consistent approach in communicating your stance, your approach, your methodology for compliance across the entire organization in a consistent manner using different channels. You can leverage on IT, person-to-person interaction, your policies, your procedures, and all of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Eneni.
Just to add to the conversation around the tone at the top, I think we say this a lot of times, but I think where we struggle is the doing bit of it. So we talk the talk. Let's set the tone at the top, the leadership. Like Ayokule demonstrated at the start, right? He said something and did something else, right? But most people followed what he did, right? And like my CEO always tells me, the people at the middle level and the lower level, they're not just listening to what they're saying, they are actually watching and following the things you do, right? So the actions that we take on a day-to-day basis is what drives the culture and sets the tone at the top. It's not the things we say, it's not the plagues we put on our walls, it's the actions we take on a day-to-day basis. The other bit we struggle with is around consequence management. There has to be clarity. There's one rule right across the organization. If an executive director or general manager does something wrong, he faces the same consequence that the guy on the shop floor faces. And that's where we struggle. But when it's time to apply consequences, now start getting to hear different stories. You know, it's from this part of the country. It's related to the chairman. It's a brother to the GM. It doesn't set the tone at the top. So those things we do, and the people on the shop floor, middle level, they are not just listening to what we say. They are actually watching what we do on a day-to-day basis. So today, anytime I'm running late to the office or a meeting, I'm worried. Because everybody is looking at me as a chief compliance officer and say, look, this is our chief compliance officer. He comes late to meeting. He doesn't come early to work. What moral standing do I then have to then enforce the bank's policies across board? There's no basis. I think that has to apply to every leader in the room. Say the things that needs to be done, but more importantly, walk the talk.
Thank you, Femi. And I think on that note, we've run out of time, so we would wrap up. I think it's been an enlightening one. I have personally gained, and I'm sure our audience have also learned one or two things. I think the key message is compliance is not a tick the box exercise. It's actually a strategic enabler to gain competitive advantage. And also, it's important that it's leveraged into the DNA of the organization, which can only be achieved, like Femi said, by leaders doing or acting what they say. So I don't know if there's any other question from any member of the CFO team before our distinguished panelists take a bow. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. What an insightful discussion. I mean, there's been a lot to learn. It's been a robust session. Thank you so much. I'm sure that we've learned a lot. Do we have any question? Anybody, any question? Let's see if we can take one or two questions. If you do have, okay. Okay, so we'll just go straight. One question. Oh, okay, no question. All right. So before our panelists go back to the seats, we need to invite country delegates, Mr. Regis, to present a token of appreciation to you for honoring our invitation. Thank you.
All right, let's start by testing the microphone. It's fine? All right. So let me start by thanking our panelists. Very qualitative insights this morning. I think we've all enjoyed their inputs. And we are not only bringing one or two things, we are actually bringing back to work many things. Thanks very much for your inputs. Ayatollah, we need to discuss about how to get posted in Bermuda. My CV is ready at any time. We've understood through FEMI the complexity of handling compliance in the banking sector in Nigeria with a very demanding regulator. Very good insights. The use of AI in your business is definitely of interest. I don't quite know if it applies to our environment, but at least I take that as a takeaway. What else have I taken note on? Well, maybe later on in my speech, I will make reference to some of your other inputs. Well, to conclude this morning session, you've understood that compliance is all about adhering to laws, regulation, standard, internal, external, ethical practices. Well, I guess that's not new for all of us. It's about following the rules and driving the business in a very ethical manner. Nothing new. But what is new, and I think what we should be thinking about, is the point raised by Dennis in his opening speech and in his question a few minutes ago. Is how do we build a long-term competitive advantage in our pharmaceutical and automotive business in Nigeria, while keeping compliance as the compass that guides our organization. And that's tough to do in our environment. I'm going to take an example in the pharma sector. The regulator or regulators accept some players to operate in our industry upstream or downstream. So downstream being at the pharmacy level. A lot of them, sorry to say so, are currently operating without license. And beyond operating without license, they operate without following trivial guidelines in terms of storage of medicines, follow-up on the expiration date of medicines, which actually puts patients' life at risk. In the auto business, Dennis has mentioned it. You have probably, let's call them wise players, importing at more efficient cost than us. On the commercial side, using some commercial techniques that are obviously not open to us. So that's all about it. How do we build a long-term competitive edge while managing the compliance impact on sometimes constraint in our environment? So I've listed down a few ideas here, or a few recommendations that I invite you to think about. I'm going to start by the first one. The first one is our compass, our internal compass. Ayo, if you don't mind. So our internal compass is basically here. It's at the back. It's our internal code of conduct. So would you like to say a few words about it, Ayo? Because I think it starts from there. The group has set up a policy that helps us navigate in. So can you, in a few points, summarize what this compass is or what that guide is?
Thank you, Regis. I'm just going to speak about our code of conduct and ethics. COSI is built upon 10 pillars. And as I go through them, you see some of the things that have been spoken about. I think during Ayatollah's speech, she spoke about the future of AI being, the future of compliance being where organizations start self-regulation. And so I think we are getting close to that, and we are moving too close to that. And so we have COSI. COSI guides our compliance conduct and behavior. So we have 10 pillars. The first pillar is that we are committed to safety, and we are committed to creating a safe and healthy work environment. Number two, we will comply with all applicable laws and regulations, including anti-corruption, antitrust, and competition law. The third one is that we are committed to accurate financial reporting. We've spoken a lot about that already. Number four, we are accountable for compliance with all company rules. All obligations and regulations within the company, we are committed to compliance. Number five, we will act with integrity, honesty, transparency, and protect and develop trust among all stakeholders. Number six, we will contribute to the sustainable development of society. Number seven, we will promote and pursue environmentally friendly corporate activities. Number eight, we will add value through innovation and Kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese word for continuous improvement. Number nine, we will respect human rights. And finally, as she spoke earlier about the impact of Donald Trump on our compliance. Number 10, we will embrace diversity and inclusion within our company and society. I'm sure you know there has been a lot of reversals on that from the new American government. So these are the pillars upon which we have our compliance, and they are called COSI. And I'll use this opportunity to request that before you leave this venue, please, we have the COSI signboard there. We will need you to please sign off. Just sign your signature there to show that you understand our compliance obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayo. So basically, COSE, it's our internal Bible, the one that guides us, that gives us the direction, and there is a lot of trainings behind it, all year, online, physical. This week, it's the compliance week, so there's no better way to show that compliance is in the heart of our operation. The second one, and we should not forget about it, it's a very strong HR tool, the annual interview process. Now, quite often when it comes to set target during the annual interview process, we set quantitative target. Okay, sell X number of vehicles, reach X number of X revenue, build so-so organization. To me, AI, it's a good way to combine quantitative objective along with compliance objective. For example, objectives, we are talking about risk mapping earlier on. So feeds from the formal feeds from the industry on where the risk might be. I'm talking about commercial people here. Really help us identify on the pharma side or on the commercial side where this risk in the industry might be. To me, it's something that could be part of the annual interview process. And there are many other ways to make every individual being assessed on compliance-related objective. Last one, so it's a third one, you mentioned it earlier on. Yes, it's a fact. In Nigeria, we have regulators that are not quite often, but sometimes not up to the expected standard for companies like us to operate healthily. So, well, there are two ways to look at it. One is to keep crying about it and say, it's never going to improve, and it's Nigeria. Well, I don't think we should have that mindset. The mindset we should have is how can we help, or which strategy can we use to help the regulator to upgrade its standard. Now here I'm going to talk about take an example from the pharma business. The NAFDAC has been driving an agenda to increase local inputs versus imports in the last few years. We are currently majorly on the import side, and we believe that the current framework of NAFDAC to drive that change is not articulated enough. So one of the ideas that we've got through our organizational industry bodies is to basically get some support from overseas. I'm talking about funding to help them reframing the policy, training some of their members to ultimately have a much more robust regulatory framework that will facilitate the implementation of the policy, and that ultimately make us more competitive. It takes time. It's not a shortcut there. It's going to take, probably a 3 years program, but we need to go through that to ultimately get our long-term competitive advantage. The same comment could apply to auto policy in Nigeria, how to help the regulator to formulate a policy that will ultimately drive an investment from us and from other stakeholders. Last item and last recommendation, and then I promise you can go for lunch. It's the Speak Up tool. So Timmy, can you come and talk about Speak Up? It's a very strong internal tool.
Good morning, everyone. Well, afternoon now. So Speak Up is a global whistleblowing tool that I'm sure you're all aware of. So it's used for reporting misconduct. It's an online platform and you can access it through Cfao community website. And it is a form that employees can use to report any misconduct. So sexual, moral, financial misconduct, anti-corruption misconduct, and anti-competition as well. Please note that the misconduct can be reported anonymously, although it is encouraged that employees do put their information for investigation purposes. And the investigation can cover interviews and collection of data. And please note that also any data you submit will also be guided by data privacy laws. Thank you.
Right. Quite often, there's a shortcut in terms of understanding by employees there. They consider that it's a way to report other employees' misbehavior. Well, we are not. First, it's not the case. And two, we are talking about external inputs, industry inputs that might not have reached the knowledge of top decision maker in the company. So it's a way to get them known. And I take it more as a positive alert system. I know some might have a different opinion, but to me, I take it as a very positive tool, and as Timmy rightly said, it's completely confidential. Well, I think it's about time for me to close my speech. Thank you. I know we have a very busy schedule in the next 2 days. This afternoon, we'll discuss about fostering a culture of integrity, just reading the program. Tomorrow, group compliance committee meeting in the morning. Best practices in the afternoon. Friday, AMO with a data privacy and security workshop in the morning. And then a workshop on ethical conduct controls on fraud prevention in the afternoon. Yes, from 1 to 2:30. And then we'll end up on Friday with an awards and signing ceremony. Busy week. Okay, fine. No? Okay. We are going to present some plaques for the panelists. Thank you very much once again. Sorry to deliver my speech. Thank you. Very, very interesting insights.
Just hold on, sir. You present the plaques to the panelists for us. Okay. So we're starting with Miss Ayatolah's plaque. I'm going to bring it out. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your contributions. We learned a lot just listening to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. So next we have Mr. Femi Jayola. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us today. Thank you, sir. So the next plaque we're giving to Mrs. Eneni Oduole. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Thank you for an insightful session. A round of applause for her, please, as she comes forward. Thank you. Next, we have Mrs. Yinka Oshikomeya. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming around. Thank you for your time, for sharing your expertise with us. We enjoyed listening to you. Thank you so much. And our distinguished moderator, you'll agree with me that she made the session very interesting. Mrs. Yetunde Oladeji, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for teaching. Okay. Thank you. We have a second round of presentation. Just to appreciate our management team for upholding compliance within our organization. Yes. Okay. So we'll invite the chairman to come present. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we'll start with the chairman. We'll start with the chairman presenting a plaque of appreciation to our chairman for his support, for your support, for your commitment, for your leadership. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, we also present a plaque of appreciation to our managing director, Mr. Dennis Martin. Thank you for your leadership and for upholding compliance within our organization. Yes, so the, next we have our finance director. Sorry. With the next, we have Mr. Regis, our country delegate. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, that will be all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to go on a short tea break now. Please be reminded that we have an afternoon session that starts at 1 p.m. So please, we have to come back to sit here at 1 p.m. For the tea break, we'll just go to the back and place our order. Whatever we want to have, we'll just let them know and then they'll serve you. So please, we're going on a tea break and we're resuming for our afternoon session at 1 p.m. Please, let's not forget to sign our COCE poster. It's very important that we sign the poster. So please, let's just start the signing now. So we resume, we'll converge again at 1 p.m. for the afternoon session, which promises to be also very interesting.
Special thing. Yeah, I, that's so. That's my so. People all over the world, man. Hey, you know that's funny things. Special things. One love, man. You know that's yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh.
before we start, there should be some sort of incentive or yes, incentive for coming early. For coming early. So what should we do? Should we have some games or question and answer? I mean, somebody you have to contest for the prize. You have to contest for the prize. Maybe there'll be a question on the morning session. Let's see who can get the answer correctly, and there'll be a prize for that. So, what question can I ask? Okay, maybe I should just make it very simple. Who can give us like a 2-minute summary of what the length at this morning's panel session? Okay, 1 minute. We need like the highlights of the session, the points that you took home. What interesting thing did you take with you from the session? Anyone can come up to tell us in 1 minute what the length of the session, and then of course there's a gift attached to your boldness. So anyone just talk to us briefly about what you learned, your takeaways from the morning session. Oh yeah, nah. Please let's give her a round of applause as she comes out. A round of applause. Thank you for taking the boat to come up here. You will definitely go home with our gift.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I learned a lot, but I learned one important thing that AI is actually very, very important in terms of being compliant with the laws, especially in Cfao. We need AI to help us understand I also learned that
Okay, there will be gift. Oh yeah, there will be gift. Ah, now what? Cool. Mr. Shokumbi, is it me? I should call you. See? Should I call you? I should not call you. Oh, thank you, sir, Mr. Giwa. Our dearly beloved Mr. Giwa. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. In the morning, we were taking through the key items like what will compliance be in future. And what I learned is that compliance is going to change from localized compliance
that is organizational based is going to end up becoming international compliance, in which case, if you are doing business with, you need to see that they do comply also. Then what will AI do? Leadership is essential in compliance. It is not only what you say, it is what you do. So whatever is being
doing things in the rightful way. So, and I believe we all member of Cfao, and then we have been doing things in a rightful way. So, in order to not to take much of our time, Timmy have speak about the speak up. I just wanted to highlight on the important and what are the way for us to. Okay, what are the ways and how the channels that we can be able to direct our communication as when we are speaking up? So let me start by saying this, that the GM are so very important in this aspect because they are the business owner and they are the main business operational aspects that they can be able to drive this. We, as a member of the staff, what our duty concerning the compliance, and then what are the things that we need to do. So, number one, as a member of the staff, you have every right to speak up. Whatever the challenges that, or you see that can endanger the company in terms of unlawful act. So either operational, financially, or legally, we need to speak up. The MD, he can be in his office and know everything that is going on in our businesses. So we have 7 business units, and then each of these units have its own compliance officer. So I can say because I'm a junior staff, and then because I see something wrong, but because my GM, maybe he didn't see it at all, or we believe that, oh, GM have seen it, I have to keep quiet. Keeping quiet is dangerous because it's going to, anything that affects the organization, going to affect each one of us. So that's the reason why we take speaking up seriously in CFAO. So as an individual, you have to ensure that you have your information reliable. So you must have your data reliable and it must be evidence-based. Very, very important, because these are the things that we compliance officer will work with, and to ensure that we have the information that we can question. We have the authority by our MD and then the country manager, the chief compliance officer, to go into the details by investigate, because we have a compliance committee in place, functionable compliance committee in place. So, and every one of the compliance committee know his or her duty, roles to play when it comes to that. We don't need to be fear or to be scared of anything once you have your reliable information. So that's the one. So the next thing is to make sure that you communicate directly to your compliance officer. In case your compliance officer did not take a step within 48 or 24 hours, you have not gotten a feedback from him that I have reported, you can be called upon to talk or to call to panel. You are free to go and see Assistant Chief Compliance Officer if the Chief Compliance Officer is not around. So by doing so, you have put your own step and be waiting for the feedback. And if anything at all, or the information is not getting to you that your matter has been treated, feel free to communicate to the managing director, because it may be possible that we are busy with our daily activities or we have a deadline, reporting and all those things. So don't keep quiet, speak up. And to the general manager, please, it's very, very important to uphold this compliance. And we can't do it if you didn't give us your support. Your support doesn't mean that when anybody reports something wrong in your BU, does not mean they have done anything wrong. They are trying to save your business. All you need to do is to give them moral support. Encourage them to speak. If you are being called to panel to explain something that is wrong, no, it's good, because you are the leader. You have to set a good example. And I trust our GM here. They have been doing the right things so far. So that's the second thing from our GM. We as a compliance officer, one thing that is very, very important is confidentiality. I can't say because I'm in this position, I have access to information. And to play with it or to discuss with third party is wrong. So the best way to do, document it and ensure that you call the chief compliance officer and in details explain your view and based on the evidence presented to you. So we shouldn't use any information against anybody simply because we want everyone to be comply to our operations, our mode of operations. So, for example, we have a PASI, and the PASI is our guide in this CFAO. If I'm doing anything on lawful act, my colleagues in my department, they can walk up, talk to me first. If I'm continue doing the same thing, they can be able to call on the compliance officer and talk to the compliance officer on the danger, what it can result to. And then, if there is no action, So Chief Compliance Officer is there. So please feel free to speak up. Is danger if you don't speak up. Speaking up, it will help the organization to achieve objective. And we have channel of communication to speak up anytime. We have hotline, and then we have direct people that you can talk to. Please, we'll continue to share the speak up hotline every week or every month, but in order for everybody to have access to information. So please feel free. I think we all know our business controller. So please, thank you. If there is any question, please, I'm available. Thank you.
What I want to speak about is not really a question, but it's just to echo what we've discussed at the compliance committee meeting. We have situation where members of staff have said in the past that some of the things they complain about that is not acted upon, and at times when they complain and they blow the whistle, they get blowback, and we have some senior members of the um, organization telling them that, look, I know you know, reported this, and at times they act on that. So the question is, what actually can they do in this kind of situation?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayokori. I think it's a very simple. You must have tried all your possible means. Maybe you have been investigated or not, or maybe your information have not been acted upon, and you communicate to all the right channel. Basically, you have the opportunity. We all have the access to the global and the HQ information portal that you can speak up to. You can speak up since you have already used all the communication you have. You can still reach out. So it's not limited to only Nigeria alone. So we operate. I've seen a situation that the resident country, they have to report even the top authority, and when they investigate, they discover that, oh, these are the things to they question the authority to do the right thing. So it's not about the fear to speak up. In fact, you can be a plus to you when you have right information and you speak up. So thank you. Any other question?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ogundepo. Okay, so all right. Just to quickly move on, we would have the second panel session. Right now, we're discussing fostering a culture of integrity, strategies for embedding ethical practices in every level of the organization. And so I'll be inviting the panelists. Yes. We were leveraging AI already, so we have some of our panelists joining us from Abuja. So we're going to see them on the screen when it's time. We have Bola Lawal joining us from Abuja. We have Mr. Oludotun Shokumbi is here physically. Please let's round of applause for Mr. Shokumbi as he makes his way to the stage. We also have, so this, our story, I did not mention that this panel is made up of our compliance officers. So let's please give them a very big round of applause as they come up stage. We have Mrs. Tolulope Ogunloku. Please, a round of applause for her. She comes up stage. Also next we have Mrs. Adeyinka, Adenike, Oguyinka. Please round of applause for her. Thank you. Okay, we also have Daring, Daring Salasesi. Please come up stage. Thank you. A round of applause for her. She comes up stage. Okay. Lastly, to join the panel, to join this distinguished panel, we have Jumoke. Please come up stage. All right, thank you so much. To moderate the panel session, we will have our delectable Timmy Esho. Was welcome her to the stage. Okay, so we have an hour, 30 minutes to delve into. We have an hour, 30 minutes to delve into this topic. I want us to listen attentively. I promised that we would get the gifts earlier if I ask the question, but I mean it this time. We'll have a question section where the winner will get a gift or listen attentively. So please ensure that you're the winner. Thank you. I'll hand over to our moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ife. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are going to be speaking about fostering a culture of integrity, the strategies for embedding ethical practices in every level of your organization. So first things first, I'm going to throw this question to the panelists, but also, please, we would love some interaction. So it's going to be an interactive session. So it's not just going to be us talking. So we'll share experiences, but also would love to hear from you. So I'm going to throw this question to Nick here. Nick here, because you looked at me. How do you define integrity? What does integrity mean to you?
Hello, everyone. In simple terms to me, integrity means say yes and admit it as yes in simple words. Like be a man of your word, doing the right thing, and be ethical.
Thank you. Thank you. So also, building and nurturing a culture of integrity. So as an organization where we have different business units, we operate in different sectors. So how do we ensure that integrity is not just like a buzzword for us, it's actually integrated to our day-to-day operations? So, Tolulope.
Okay, I would say, taking a cue from what Nike said, when you, integrity is when you say what you do and you do what you say. I think it would flow from top to bottom. As a manager, as a leader, business leader, whatever, if you are going to drive a culture of integrity in your team, your business, in your company, it must start with you. Okay, it's as little as saying, okay, resumption time is 8, and you expect every member of your team to be seated by that time. Nothing stops you for you also being early or even on time, just barest minimum. So if you are going to drive a culture of integrity, it must start from top to bottom, because people are in the habit of looking at what you do as against what you say. So if what you are saying is, or the instruction given out, or the policy you have laid down is different from what you do or what you follow, it will be difficult to drive a culture of integrity. The business leader, team leader, manager needs to take responsibility for driving a culture of integrity. It starts with you. If the policy says do this, you must be the first example of what you have said people should do. So it goes beyond asking people to do something. It's you show that I am doing it. You don't have an excuse, you know. So leaders should take ownership. It starts from there. Thank you.
I love that. I love it because it's also part of what we spoke about in the earlier panel. You know, it's leadership. We have to walk the walk. We don't just talk the talk to our team members. We also have to show that we are able to hold ourselves accountable, because accountability is very, very important, and say, okay, if we're going to do this, we follow through and do it. And we can do that by showing them also how to do things. So that takes us on to challenges, because as we operate in Nigeria, there are challenges to being a business of integrity and standing by our word. So my next question is going to go to Jumoke. So what are the challenges that you have faced in trying to maintain integrity in your day-to-day operations?
Good afternoon, everyone. So permit me by first of all saying my other colleagues have spoken well when they define integrity. They define it as you doing what you are preaching. So in my day-to-day activities or carrying out my operations, there are challenges that are being faced because some people see you as being an hindrance, like a stumbling block to what that thing you are trying to prevent or that thing that you are trying to preach against. For instance, you can say CFO time of work is 8 hours. You resume 8 and then your break is 12. A typical example is you find some staff in between this time doing something else instead of their primary assignment. And then when you try to, like, this time is dedicated to do this, it looks like, oh, this person is the nagging type, or is too harsh, or this person is wicked. For me, I tell people, wherever you find yourself, whatever position you are, you have a task to carry out. And there are directives and direction in carrying out these tasks. You should first of all evaluate yourself. Ask yourself, this thing that I'm doing, am I doing it according to laid down procedures and principles? If yes, you can now sell it out. If no, try to make amends. Because the moment you don't do it and you try to make amends, of course, you'll be tagged wrongly. So my major challenge is people seeing you as a stumbling block. But for me, it gives me the opportunity and the avenue to showcase the real procedure, because that's the reason why I'm a leader. Leader has to live by example. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jumoke. So we're going to throw this out into the audience. So today we had an example where there was a colleague. We had a question earlier on. So it's kind of pertaining to sharing a story where integrity was tested in their career. So the question goes, how can we manage results delivery when we have compliance-related roadblocks and yet the manager still wants results? So I'm going to throw this out into the audience if anybody wants to speak to this. I should say the question again. Okay. How can we manage results delivery? So how do we deliver when we have compliance-related roadblocks? Like, for example, I'm meant to deliver a particular certificate, and it's a government-related certificate, and I go to the government office, and each time I go there, the officer in charge is asking me for something, or there's something that I should do, or they want me to do that is not compliant. How do I manage to deliver that result of getting that certificate or delivering the result, but I'm being asked to do something that is non-compliant.
Okay. I think it's actually very simple because someone just asked a question upstairs concerning that how are we as a business owner, are we going to sell something to government why you are not going to compromise your standard or your standard? So it's very simple. There is a lot of partnership out there. So the marketer can have a partner with dealers and others. And by doing so, he can be able to talk to one of them and then introduce them to the business. So he can get the business, and at the same time, it's coming to you. You are getting the value of the price that you're supposed to sell. You are not inflate any price. And at the same time, you deliver your result. That's as a customer in the operations. So we face a lot of challenges like that. So what we need to do is to ensure that we communicate to the right people, the right channel. So what are the endanger in this? If it's not going to affect organization as a whole, but for example, I have a vendor that has to submit this requirement, TTC, this, that, and all those things. So before I register the vendor, it's for me not to register the vendor and get or communicate to get another vendor so that I can be able to make the necessary payment that's supposed to be done. So there is a different way, but it depends how you communicate it to and interact with your supplier. Thank you.
Okay, so just to add to what Mr. Sombo has just said, based on some experience that I have been able to encounter, the truth is we can't deny the fact that we are in a country whereby these things are like the order of the day. You need to rub hands, you need to, plead and go through the back doors. But CFO being a compliance driven organization, we don't do that. And so recently I had this conversation with a business unit head, and I told him, like, I'm worried for the business because the market at the moment is highly saturated. And then I know government agencies, they would always, want you to tip them off. So how have you been able to manage this? And he said, well, Ceci, we win some, we lose some. And so that's just the way it is. So we go straight on, we keep it that way. So there are people that would actually want to stay with you on that course and ensure that we do things the right way. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sombo. Thank you, Derry. I think it's also very important, like Ceci said, Derry said, to ensure that we stay on the right path. So if we have any situations where we find ourselves being asked to do something that is not compliant, we can speak up to our line managers and share the experience, but also stay the course and stay the path. We have to look at the long term. Like they said earlier on the panel, it's a long-term vision that you are doing something that is sustainable. If you start bribing or whatever else, how sustainable is that to your business model? Tomorrow they will come and ask you for something that you cannot give. So it's best to ensure that you stick with the COSI and you do what you can do within the COSI and don't step out of, don't do something that can put you in trouble in the future. So next, we are going to also speak about leadership's role in fostering integrity. We've spoken a lot about it coming from the top down. The top line have to set the tone. They have to set the management style, compliance style. But how do we ensure that in our own roles, so like I'll speak for myself. So in my role in quality, regulatory, I deal a lot with NAFDAC officials, different officials that come into the business, but I always make it plain that we are compliant, we are open, we are accountable, and we are transparent. So whatever it is that you see us doing, if it's something that is not compliant with NAFDAC's rules, please let us know so that we can correct the course and be a business of integrity. So I want to throw this question to Mr. Shokumbi. So how do you feel like leaders can set the tone more for integrity in our business today?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my colleagues have said a lot about what integrity should be and what leaders should, do in order to set the tone. So what else do we need to add? Like what one of my colleagues also mentioned, that you need to act it for others to emulate. So if we cannot, but I want us to understand that at times you can't give what you don't have. As a leader, if you don't have such quality, you might not be able to. That means you are just doing something that is not, you know yourself that you are faking it. It's not the right thing that you are doing. But we need to have that culture. If you have it from the basic level also, that is when you can act it when you get to that level. So we can also be saying, we have been saying that, okay, we need to start from the top to bottom. For charity begins at home. That means you need to start from the basic level. We need to start teaching it from we need to add it to the curriculum of our schools, although I know government officials are not here to listen to my arguments. But if we can start from the basic, then we can say that, yes, when they get to a particular level, they can do the same thing. So if you be in position of a leader, you will act it. So let us just see how we can change our attitude. And as a leader, we should not be saying, okay, it's normal. It's not normal in this country again. We need to start changing our attitude, and then let our followers read us, because nobody is reading books now. We don't have a shelf anymore at home to read. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shokumbi. So it's very important, like you said, we walk the walk, we talk the talk. We can't give what we don't have. So where we should also, there's also like a level of self-awareness that needs to be had. So if you know that you're not that type of person, there are training courses. There are ways that we can improve ourselves. So if you find that, you don't have the right attitude, or training courses can help. Retraining also, it's a constant, we should have that constant thing of self-improvements, that Kaizen methodology. Are we doing it the right way? How can we do it better? How do we improve on our level of compliance, our level of integrity as a business? So the next one, I don't know if anybody has anything they want to share from the audience. Any examples where you might have had an issue? It might not have to be with integrity per se, but accountability in the workplace.
Let me have.
Thank you, Nika.
While we are still talking on fostering the compliance in the system from the leadership downward, for me, it's setting up the structure, in the system. Because some of the people that carry out the basic from operational level, they are not even aware. So until the scandal has been made, before you start telling them, are you not aware of this, you shouldn't do this. So, but I noticed we have started doing something that when we employ new staff, we make them go through the compliance book. And then the system should ensure that the people in charge, to carry out this compliance, to see to it, they are enabled and empowered. You can't put a compliance officer below somebody he or she cannot talk to and expect results. When you put your compliance officer below people and then they go to them to tell them what should be done. If it is not in alignment or that cannot be beneficial to them, they don't listen. You have just spoken. So enable your compliance officers, preach it to them, let them be aware. And I hope, for me, compliance individually, it's something we should, learn to grow within us. Because I don't see why you will know the right thing, but we choose to go the wrong way. So if you live the life you preach, people will follow automatically. It's in the system. Let the system from the top speak it through the management staff. And by that, it goes down to the operational level. And there's no issue or somebody, taking it personal. Because you put me as a compliance officer, and I go to somebody doing something that is not right. And this person has a connection above me. And they went there to discuss it. And truth be told, there is bias at all levels. So there will be hatred. And it will be like it is personal because you stay true to the integrity, following the compliance. So the system should ensure there's a structure in the system that allows freedom, compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Nika. So we've been speaking about compliance all morning, talking about leadership, talking about integrity, accountability. So, okay.
So, all right. So I believe you highlighted a couple of key points. The last one around empowering the compliance officer is a very important one. And I think among the priorities, you need to make sure that the compliance committee are used to make that extremely clear. It should be the first item, actually, of your next meeting. What are the conditions of success of a compliance officer in our organization? How do we empower that? From a communication angle, from a reporting angle, from, when I talk about communication, it's communication to all others in the organization. Well, in the action plan, I would like that to be made clear, that it should be itemized as item number 1 in the next compliance committee meeting. And then what you mentioned about making sure that everyone in the organization fully understands what we mean by being compliant and so on. Well, I believe in the action plan, we should focus on the frequency of training, awareness session. I mean, to me, a meeting between a manager in a workshop on his team, it's a platform to communicate on compliance. The same comment in our pharma warehouse, same comment between a sales manager and his team. There should be mandatory discussions on compliance to clarify or iron out any gray areas till it is fully understood, till it is assessed that it's fully understood. And that drives me to my third point in the action plan. I would advise to assess the understanding through questionnaire periodically, up to you to decide what's the frequency to be used. Is it monthly, quarterly, twice a year? And then set some indicators over time so that we can follow up the level of understanding of, let's say, compliance management over time, over the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and we can clearly set the progress on the areas of improvement. So those are my 3 advices. How to empower the compliance officer, how to optimize the awareness opportunities on compliance across the organization, which platform to use, on which message to pass, on who is to play what role. And last one, monitor the progress through periodic questionnaire on how to set KPIs and follow up on the progress.
But thanks very much. Very interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Regis. So now we've been talking about compliance and it's been quite serious. You know, it's a very serious topic. So I wanted to make it a bit lighthearted, so to speak. So I wanted to ask the panelists, so we can take it maybe just one by one. What is a fun way or what can be an innovative way to make compliance more engaging for our staff?
So that's actually dicey because whenever we all hear compliance, of course, compliance is serious. But then again, right now, everyone seated here, we have this straight face. So how can we make compliance interesting? I would say that even if we want to make it fun, it has to still be impactful. And then we try to come up with innovative ideas. For example, maybe, just maybe, make it much more practical. We can have a short video clip, like a little bit dramatic. And then, you know, because sometimes when you ask people to read, I mean, these days, nobody really has time. I got a feedback some time ago about the compliance handbook. I issued it to a colleague of mine and he said, Ceci, please, this thing is too much. I don't have time to read. I need to make money because he was in sales department. You know, I had to take out my time, sit him down and then start explaining. He said, please, it's boring. So yes, I think it's a normal thing. So we can try to like make realistic scenarios and make it somewhat interesting. There's content creation now, so there could be content creation for the compliance team and then better understanding. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll throw it out to Mr. Ayo. Maybe we'll have more dramatizations of real shop floor situations where somebody is maybe being spoken down to, or you know, they're not being treated with respect. They can then feel, and then we work out also what would be the outcome of that sort of situation, because there's times when things happen but we don't follow through with like consequence management. So what happens to that manager? What happens to the staff after they've spoken up? What happens in the team dynamic also? What happens within the team? Does anybody else want to contribute?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Yes, compliance. Interesting, to make it interesting, you know. If there's nothing like compensation, you know, along with it, I don't think. Maybe that is why I think we can, in order to make it more interesting, we can add it as part of our annual appraisal. You know, so that everybody will know that, yes, I'm part of this organization. It's not that this is compliance officers' duty alone. So it's everybody's duty. If we, you know, since you know that, okay, if I perform, I'll be rewarded at the end of the day. So why can't we include that maybe 10% to take 10% or 15% of our AAI? So that is just what I think we can do.
I hope the managers are listening.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Does anybody want to add anything? Anybody in the audience? It could also be feedback for us. How can we engage you better? Okay, no takers. Let's move on to monitoring and accountability. So there's something to be said for being a person of integrity, but we also have to hold each other accountable in our actions, our day-to-day operations. So I want to throw this question out. So what role does accountability play in reinforcing this culture of integrity that we want to engage our staff in? How do we make sure that once we're accountable, then it can foster that culture of integrity? Tolulope. Okay, I'll repeat the question. It says, what role does accountability play in reinforcing a culture of integrity?
Well, accountability, thank you for the question. Accountability is, related to integrity. If you say you're a person of integrity, you are also accountable, you are responsible. So it's very important for you to know that you can't put up a front of integrity if you're not accountable. Meaning that you can't show up late to work without being accountable for why you are late to work. You can't run away from giving feedback. Oh, sorry, I was held up in the traffic. You just don't breathe in as if you are not answerable. It's fine. Even if you are the boss, you can show some, accountability to say, oh, this is why I was late. Oh, I was held up. To foster that, culture of you have to be answerable. Your actions don't go unnoticed. You have to show that. Then in terms of technicalities, that is your work, I tell my team, you have to be able to defend what you put out. You have to be able to defend your report, your work. Okay, yes, you come to me to review, but if someone were to come to you directly to say, what you have done, can you explain? And you can't say anything, it means that there's something wrong with your work. It means that you are fishy. So, but before you put something out, read it through, go through it, be sure that you can defend it, because it's actually your name, your integrity on the line, especially as finance people. You don't want to treat a transaction where your integrity is called to question. People make expense claims, requests, and as a finance person, you know that it's not, but you turn the blind eye and you process anyway. Your name is on the line, your integrity is on the line. So if you cannot defend what you are processing, if you cannot defend what you want to pay out, then you take a pause, because you are accountable for your signature or for the fact that this payment has passed through your table. So I make them to sign on anything that they have to pass to me, because it means that you have vetted it and you are okay with it.
Exactly.
Don't just say, oh, it's the finance manager that's it's a problem to it's a problem to review. Ask them, when you bring something, have you gone through it? Can you defend this? Okay, because MD can call you. If he questions this, I won't answer on your behalf. I will send you to him. So be able to defend it. Accountability means that you are in charge of your work. You are not passing the buck to someone else. You are taking responsibility for that. And as the manager, if you show that sort of culture, people begin to understand that it's not just talk. I can see her or he do it, and so I have to follow in line with that. Thank you.
Exactly. I feel like accountability leads to transparency in the long run. Because if I show that I'm accountable, you will trust me, and I will be open with you, because I'm letting you know, oh, I went through this transaction line by line and everything is good. You also can trust in me that I've also gone through it. So it's a two-way street. So at this point, I want to ask if anybody has any questions in the audience. Any questions from online as well? Because there are some colleagues online.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is on the speak up, actually, because I feel like that is one area that affects all staff. And I would like to ask, how can we as compliance officers actually boost confidence in our team members that when they speak up, they will get responses, and they will also get protection? Because in Nigeria now, there's the fear of losing your job security. So a lot of people are willing to actually suck it up, let me use that term, because they need a job, they need to survive. So, but it doesn't. It's not the best, even for us as an organization, because when they are speaking about our reputation outside, they're going to be speaking about the things that they experience. People don't usually just talk about salary alone in terms of like speaking about an organization. The work culture, the mental aspect of it are important. So, how can we encourage? How can we build that confidence to speak up?
Is that a question to me? Okay, so for me, I would say having something like an open door policy. So where staff feel like you are approachable, first off, they know who you are as a compliance officer or the compliance correspondent, and they can approach you and talk to you about whatever situation they're facing. I think as we get busy, just taking the time also to show your colleague that you are interested in what they have to say. You are concerned also about whatever it is that they're facing, and they can come and talk to you about it. So transparency, being open, being accountable. So you let them know if it's something that they're facing, who is it with, what measures would they like? Is it something that you can mediate and help resolve the issue? Or is it something that they want to escalate? Offering options to them can also make them feel like, okay, I'm not just stuck in this situation. There's something that I can do about it, and it will get resolved.
Yeah, I agree with you. Also, confidentiality is key. People, at least for the compliance officers, you must be able to maintain a level of confidentiality when people come to talk to you, because it's not, unless it's absolutely necessary for you to reveal the identity of someone that's come to you to make a complaint or tell you something about what they are going through. It's very key. You don't just hear information from someone or a complaint from someone and just blow the thing open. Next time they won't come to you because they know that you are not able to protect them, as it were. Then it's also important for you to follow through, give feedback. If someone has come to you with a complaint or an observation, you need to follow it through and give them feedback. Okay, this is what I've done about it. This is where it's at. Okay, it's not on my table anymore. I've, passed it on to the chief compliance officer. Keep them updated. Let them know that you are actually doing something about it. And whatever the end result is, you need to let them know, okay, this is where it ends at. Of course, the final decision might not rest on your hands, but you need to give feedback to the person that has come to you so that the person knows that when I go to this person for anything, he or she will see it through, give me feedback. He won't leave me hanging, and they won't leave me, out to dry. Thank you.
Allow me to break the ice. Okay. So the thing is, people are scared to report. Like you mentioned, sorry, as the question just clearly stated, they want protection. They want to be assured that nothing is going to happen to me, and then the right thing is going to be done at the end of the day. So allow me to take us back to leadership. Okay. And then the fact that the compliance team also has to be accountable to ensure that we follow through, basically. So please, we encourage people to speak up. It's not just by mouth. It's a talk and do activity. So please, don't be scared. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, I think we can... Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Concerning speak up, in order to protect the identity of the person or the staff that is reporting, I think we have different channels that we can do this. And my colleague Olasumbo has spoken about that earlier, and I think you also did justice to that. So if you don't want to reveal your identity, you can do it using the available means. If you don't want to go to the compliance officer directly, I think we usually have a box that you can just drop your information in, anonymously, and we will get it. Just put the proper information so that when we are reading, we'll be able to understand what you are communicating, and then we'll be able to also follow through with the message. And also, you can also use the email address for Speak Up that we have, and then send it. But using that, your identity might be revealed. But I think with that, even sending it, your identity, if you mention in your mail that you don't want it to be disclosed, don't worry, it will be, you are protected based on my knowledge. And I don't think this should be an issue, for us in CFO. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think also, just to add that when employees do speak up, the managers involved should take it as a learning point, a learning opportunity, rather than seeing it as like a penalty against the person. If there was a situation and something happened, it's best to take it as a learning point, constructive criticism, so to speak, rather than taking it personal. Then it now becomes a personal vendetta against the person that spoke up or an issue. I think everybody should come with an open mind, especially when people speak up. For the person to have said something, that's already a major sign of bravery, that the person wants the situation to be resolved. So the line manager also can have an open mind and say, okay, let's resolve the issue, rather than take things personal. So at this point, I think we would like to wrap up the session, unless there's any feedback from the audience. No. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for engaging in this session. We will take down the action points and work on them for the next session. Thank you. Thank you also to my wonderful panelists.
Sorry, a panelist, right? Distinguished panelists, please can you come back to the stage? Sorry to trouble you a bit. Please come back. Okay. I'm sure we had
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I would like to thank very much the organization committee, starting by the head of the organization, Mr. Ayo Kunle. Round of applause for him, please. And his team as well. Thank you for details of the organization. It has been quite a very fruitful day with a lot of panelists and insight for this. So thank you for the organization. Thank you also for our compliance champions, which are dealing every day with giving to the and organization structure with compliance strength that giving us quite a good environment for work. So thank you to you, to our compliance champions. And also to all of us, we are all part of the organization, and the compliance starts with each one of us. So thank you for accounting team and for commercial teams for every effort that you are doing to keep up the compliance level at Cfao, Asene Laborex, and Cfao Motors and Automotive Division at a good level of compliance. Thank you. And session.
While we're trying to get that sorted, I made a promise that we're going to ask questions and then we'll give out our gift to the winner. Okay, so I think I have one or two questions for us, just to know if we're listening attentively to the session. Okay, so there were three action points that Mr. Regis mentioned earlier on how to, empower our compliance or our compliance team and ensure our compliance within the organization. So who can tell me the 3 points that he mentioned when he was speaking? No. Okay. I'm sure we're listening, but maybe we just didn't know the order in which it was said. So he said that we need to empower the compliance team. We need to make sure that everyone is aware. That's to carry on trainings just like we have right now, more trainings, of our compliance officers and everyone in the company. And also assess our understanding through questionnaires, and through surveys. That was a very, very important point that was made. Another chance for my gift to be won. Okay, can we give 2 points on that? There was a lot that was said on the panel, but just give me 2 points that we made on how to encourage speaking up, and how to build trust and encourage speaking up. Just 2 points. Anybody? Why is the house quiet? Paula, you want to try? Okay, please just come forward. I don't think the mic can go all the way.
Yeah, I think one is using the speak up medium, the CFO speak up medium, and the other is reporting to your boss, the land manager, exactly.
Thank you very much. Any other person wants to try? How can we encourage speaking up? How can we build trust among the employees for them to speak up on any compliance matter that comes up? Precious, please.
I think one of the points that was mentioned was that the leaders or the compliance officers should have an open door policy. People should be able to walk up to them without any fear and be able to speak up to them.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Paula and Precious will share the voucher that we're giving out. Thank you for your participation. So now, I'd like to invite our country delegate, Mr. Regis, to please present the plaques to our panelists, distinguished panelists. Okay, the first person I have here is Adenike Ogoyinka, please come forward. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us this afternoon. Okay, next we have Ademi Sola Sesi. Oludotun Shokumbi. Jumoke Ayeni. Tolulope Ogunlokun. Lastly, moderator, thank you for doing a fantastic job, Timmy Esho.
Just a question, who's going to be in charge of drafting the action plan or proposing the action plan? Okay. So that what we can do is then to have a follow-up meeting in 1 week or 2 weeks time, one of the Fridays.
Olasumbo Ogundepo, please come for your plaque. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been an interesting event so far, morning and the afternoon.
Yes, I want to say something. Well, if I sum up the numerous qualitative inputs, in a nutshell, the major roadblock is what? What is the major roadblock to fully fuel compliance throughout the organization, from the top to the bottom? In one word. Well, starts with the F. No. No, don't blame finance for everything. No, it's fear, actually. The fear of passing an information that could put yourself as an individual in a position of danger versus helping the company to identify and tackle something that you have identified as a danger. So if there's one core objective that we are going to work on in the next 1 year, let's say, is to work on unlocking this fear. If fear is truly the issue, we need to work on creating enabling conditions across our organization for basically people, every individual in the organization, to speak up when they or he or she believes it's right to do so. So a lot of the plan going forward will be focused on that, tackling that fear versus the bigger picture, which is the
company's interest. All right? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to thank everyone for our attentiveness, for being a part of, for making this, today's session a success. Without you, you not have been this successful. Thank you for listening. Thank you for sitting. Thank you for, learning and all that we had today. We have lunch for everyone. We have lunch for everyone. I can't see the excitement though. Okay, so please, how is it going to be served? Madam Tutu, are we bringing it to the estates, or everyone will go to the back? Okay, we'll take it round to our offices. Okay, perfect. Okay, so yes, this brings us to the end of today's session. We are going to continue tomorrow, right? If you cannot be in Marsilia, at Ijora, rather, physically, you can join online. You can join online. So we'll have the links sent to us via email to join the session tomorrow. Not for everybody. Friday. Okay, sorry. The session tomorrow is for compliance officers. There'll be a general session on Friday where we'll continue discussion on Friday on data privacy and other compliance matters at Amuo. Yes, at Amuo. So we'll encourage everyone that can be there physically to make themselves available at Amuo. But if you cannot, please, you would have to join online. It's very important for us to attend the sessions. It's being prepared for us, so we have to maximize it. Thank you once again. Thank you once again for being here. I think that brings us to the end of the session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.